Good day, everybody. It is I, Jesse Jammy, your virtual resident newsman. Today we are playing more Ace Attorney, like I said we would. Hello, welcome, hello, yes. I hope you all have had a very lovely day today. I wish I could say my day was productive, but that would technically kind of be right. That would kind of be right. Okay, look, I did originally plan on working more on the art piece I showed off yesterday on yesterday's stream. The day just started. Well, I hope it's a good one. Music's a bit. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm not so used to having like background music like background music like this for multiple scenes. Yeah. Unfortunately, I was struck with a headache today. That was actually quite persistent. It didn't go away for a couple. It didn't go away till like a couple hours later. So yeah, and I've talked about this before. But like me with headaches, when I have a headache, it just saps you yesterday. Oh no. Well, I hope it's gone now. But yeah, no, like yeah, whenever I have a headache, it just like saps all the energy out of me, and I don't really get like any like boost in energy until it goes away. So yeah, I did still do some work on it. Like for example, I supposed to do thumbnails, but and you couldn't. Oof, yeah. Like with the art piece, I'm working right now. My plan was to do the line art, the background, and start the coloring, but I only got to doing the line art today, and even then, I'm not entirely sure if I fully finished it, or if there's like still like 1 or 2 things I need to do. But either way, at the very least, I got some work on it done. At the very least, I got some work on it done. So yeah. Other than that, I went to the gym not too long ago, actually. Like I think. Not too long ago, actually. But yeah, other than that, I haven't really done anything all that noteworthy. Other than that, actually, wait, I did do a little bit of budgeting. I did do like a little bit of like budgeting on stuff today. Because there are some things coming up in the future that I do want to save up for and not like be in a panic when they come out. Not be in a panic when they come out. So yeah, I also did that. I also did like a little bit of budgeting and all that. But other than that, I haven't done too much of notes. Anyway, I wish I had more to say. No, but like I said, that headache really took me out today. Yeah, not gonna lie, I was actually kind of thinking about skipping the gym today, but the thing is, like, I skipped like the past 2 days, and I don't like skipping 3 days in a row. Because when I do, I start feeling like really unhealthy, and like I start feeling like a sack of crap. So I end up forcing myself to go. Luckily by then the headache had like subsided and it was like gone by then. So because let me tell you, when you have a headache, the last thing you want to do is like be lifting like heavy weights and like doing a lot of like physical work, because that just makes like 10 times worse from my experience. That just makes it like 10 times worse. But anyway, other than that, I guess I could say I watched Jean Famous just today as she was debuting a new outfit. And yeah. How much else? I think honestly, this might be a very short, like just chatting segment. We might actually just get straight into the game. Honestly, we might just get like straight into the game. So to catch people up on what happened last time, I guess TLDR. So Kay, we thought was pushed off a building. But turns out no, she was actually pushed into a secret level within this building, and that's how she got her. At least that we're thinking that's how she got her amnesia. We have a suspect. The characters in the game don't. I opened a completely wrong game. I opened it. No, don't open that one. Don't open that one. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I opened the wrong game there for a second. But anyway, but yeah, so now we're gonna be exploring this like hidden level within this like building, because the building in question is meant to have like 50 floors, but we found out it actually has 50. We actually found out it has 51, and that the 51st floor is used as a spare room. Oh yeah, and also Edgeworth gave up his prosecutor badge when he after hearing the committee that's meant to judge like prosecutors and like it's like meant to discipline them if they're acting out of line. Once he heard that like they don't care so much about the truth, they just want to get like cases out of the way. All right, it's dark as a grave down here. Can't see the nose in front of my roguish, handsome face. Watch your step, Emma. Hello, Amy. Thank you. Yes, it's yes, I love it too. I am really happy with how the rigging for it turned out. Yes, this is something else in the works for a really long while, and I'm now happy to finally debut it. Ouch! I hit my head on something. Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip. Oh, yes, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be a light switch here or something. Ah, bingo. I look so dapper, I know. Thank you. Yes, I kind of wanted to have I wanted to have someone else like a little bit more, I did want to have someone else like a little bit more formal, this time round. I guess to kind of fit more within the jazzy part of my name. This is... So the hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. Wasn't this like a stolen artifact in the previous game? Oh, sorry. We'll need to cut... Sorry, I literally ate like not too long ago, so so I might have a little bit of hiccups. We'll need to take a careful look over all these items. Okay. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you promised me an explanation, or 3. I did indeed. Where to even start? Wow, what's been happening, huh? What a case. It's not supposed to fill you with excitement, Emma. Seems you got yourself into a real pickle here, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney. I'm not an attorney or a prosecutor anymore. Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me. Well, if you're sure. Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let's make this all official. Good work with you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you, Miss Sky. And then there were 4. Right, everyone, let's get to work. I don't know where this elevator goes. Looks like it goes... down? It's something we'll certainly want to investigate further, but we should look around up here first. Yeah, that leads to the 50th floor, then maybe it's really not a good idea we go down there. Aye, Captain. Let me know if you find anything juicy. I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind. Yeah, so this is Kate. She has amnesia. And everyone suspects that she may have murdered someone, but we don't think she did, and we're trying to prove that. Thank you, Kay. Emma? Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well. Then let us begin. Alright, so let's see. These are... What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? Wait a fucking minute, doesn't this appear in, like, Spirits of Justice, like this thing down here? If I'm not mistaken, several of these items on display here are a piece of evidence from all cases of mine. But what are they doing here?
Maybe it's where the committee saw stuff it's looking into?
It can't be. Evidence like this is stored at a police department.
I'll rest your stream.
You have an amazing voice acting talent. Thank you, and I hope you have a good rest, Emmy. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by.
They don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office too?
When a case is ongoing, yes, but once the last trial has finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct, unless there's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere.
And yet, here it all is.
There's no point trying to figure out the whys right now. I should take a closer look at this. So, according to Francisca, she is currently looking into the smuggling case that was a big plot point from the previous game. And she doesn't say why she's here, but if we go on that, then it's safe to assume that this building is like used in a smuggling operation somehow. And which that is really interesting to know that the prosecutorial excellence committee set up their station here. Sorry. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them.
Exhibit numbers, maybe? You said they're all a piece of evidence, right?
Yes, but judging by how the numbers are written and by the items themselves, and I guess these are prices.
2,400,000?
Fuck, maybe I should get into smuggling. I'm joking.
Prices? I never would have guessed that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it?
The prices are very high indeed. So wonder she's surprised. I want to examine all these in detail.
Oh, wait. We already read this. Okay, so I have to skip through this. Alright, what's this? Alright. What's this? That's odd. This is the only spot with nothing on it at all. But it still has one of those signs in front of it.
Indeed. Look, there's an outline dust on top of the cloth. I'd say something was probably sitting there quite recently, wouldn't you?
You know what? I think you might be right, but I'm trying to imagine what.
Well, I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline. Do we have a piece of evidence that might as well be connected?
Do we? Okay, no. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's the wrong kind of star. Okay. Do I have anything that's like that star shaped? Alright, so it's Jam and Ninja. No. Nope. Oh!
The outline of the dust matches the bottom of the candelabrum. Exactly. I'd say there's a strong chance that this is where our murderer took it from.
Which would mean the candelabrum was evidence from another case?
It certainly seems likely, but that's not our concern right now. The key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from the storeroom. Okay, interesting. Don't really know what that tells us. Ah, isn't he a cutie? Look at the fluffy little guy. That's the stuffed animal we found in Gourd Lake. Oh, yeah. He should be in possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. So how did it wind up here? Oh, but look, he's missing a left horn. Yes, but he never had it in the first place. At least not as far as we ever saw. Defective merchandise, huh? Then we need to contact the manufacturer. I demand a recall. Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with? Interesting. So this storeroom is actually more of a stock room? It would seem so, as much as it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases? And to who? Who would even want to pay for all this stuff? Somebody, clearly. The price tags are proof of that. Wow, people really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating. That's from the previous game. That's a cute little doll, but kinda looks like Steel Samurai. It's actually the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai Pink Princess. He was born burdened with the knowledge that he would one day be called upon to fight for justice. I can't imagine the pressure that must have put him under, more than most people could bear. Yes, he's young, but you could sense it nonetheless. A certain tragic refinement. Edgeworth, Mr. Edgeworth, are you even listening to me? Oh, of course. I find it really like cutely endearing in a way that Edgeworth's like really into like the Steel Samurai. Cause it's not someone you expect someone of his seriousness to be into. Sorry, scratch my nose. Okay. There's a small bottle, one I've seen before. Oh, that's all? Nothing else to add? Well, no, what more did you want me to say? Hold up, I've got to write this down. Mr. Edgeworth can turn even the most boring topic into something picturesque with his explanations. Gugh. Next time, try taking those words of notes in silence. A bottle of ink, lantern. Oh wait, no, this wasn't in Spirits of Justice. This was like previous. This was like previous game. But why? What's the substance related to down here? It's not a souvenir that was in my possession for any length of time. The duration of the case and no longer. Pardon me, sorry. Perhaps this is nothing but a coincidence. Seriously? A coincidence? I thought I'd hear those words come from your mouth. We must always face up the facts of the situation, however strange they may be. Isn't that what scientists believe too? Oh ho ho! You want to talk? You want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in, and it may take a while. Right, anything else here, or... A mannequin, huh? Wait, I know! Oh, thanks to my past scientific deduction, of course. It's evidence from an old case of yours, right? Not this time. I've never seen it before in my life. There isn't 50 other items in this room either. For one thing, it doesn't have a price tag. So why is it here? Interesting. Yeah, I think that's everything. Everything here, at least. It's kind of creepy, all these masks line up here in the dark. Not a fan of horror movies, I take it. No way! That stuff's so unscientific. Oh, you're one of those fans, aren't you? That like take real world science to a fictional setting. I think you mispronounced terrifying. it's interesting because like I can't stand horror movies. Like I cannot for the life of me. I mean, I have watched horror movies, but by and large, I do like avoid the genre. But not when it comes to games. For some reason, I can handle horror games, but I can't handle horror movies, which is weird because you think it'd be the other way around. Because like horror games, like it has that interactive element to it that movies don't. I think it's because movies tend to have more fucked up like horror scenarios than it has more like fucked up like horror scenarios than video games, I think. There's a selection of masks arranged in a rack here. There's even Steel Samurai. What an impressively authentic likeness it is too.
The scientist in me is sensing something strange, though. Like a consistency, you know.
In the sense that the characters representing here feel a little haphazard somehow. I don't disagree. There's even an empty space here.
Yeah, just an empty hook right in the middle.
Is somebody using that one, perhaps?
No. It is, in fact, where the German ninja's meant to be.
Kay was carrying a German ninja mask when she was found. But it looks like it might have originally come from the hook.
Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis. Which would mean that Kay was really here?
As you put it, not a crazy hypothesis, but why?
Did she come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here.
Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this kind of looks like the ideal scenario for like a thief whose whole thing is stealing the truth.
These are all case files from various murders.
What? But why would they be in here?
They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or prosecutor's office. Which could suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Something very suspicious is going on here. We need to find out more.
Pardon me. The mask. That's global hero Onyankopon.
And why is that so shocking?
You really don't know? Everything about the show is secrets. When it's on TV, who makes it? It's like the merchandise is super rare.
Sounds to me like whoever made it simply gone out of business.
Ah, that's no fun. That's Captain Sapin. He's super popular overseas. Everybody loves dressing up like him. Kids, adults, you name it.
I find a flower on the side a little excessive myself.
What TV show are these from?
I don't know a whole lot about it, but I believe it's called The Students of Starry School. It's about elementary school where the students are all superheroes.
So the masks are modeled on sports safety helmets or something like, right? And maybe the number of isolates tells you their student ID number. So the one on the left will be number 1, and the right is number 2.
I suppose it could be, yes.
And that would mean a ton of sets of kids of highest ID numbers.
I have to admit to being a little intrigued by the show now.
Yeah, I think these are all meant to be like, I don't know what, I know it's technically not like Super Sentai per se, but it's kind of like, it's kind of those shows where like they dress up in like costumes to like fight like monsters and such. I cannot for life remember what they were called.
She's the only hero in the Steel Samurai series needs.
Whoa, what do you mean by that? Say that again. I love the Pink Princess.
You watch shows like that, Emma?
Of course, you love them too, right?
Well, I don't really know all that much about them, but, sure.
Really? Because I have Steel Samurai figure in your office, so I thought...
Ugh! I can't believe it. Emma's seeing it. This is Steel Samurai and Nickel Samurai. The Nickel Samurai always seems kind of pleased with himself to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not just about being skinny and cool, you know. It's more to it than that. I'm Team Steel all the way. You've just gone up in my estimation, Emma. Alright, I think that's everything there. Also turn reverb off. The statue. What is it? Got some new data for me? Not exactly. It's just something from a case I worked on. A piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue. And there are two of them. A real one and a fake. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places. Oh, a case, huh? Guess I work at a bunch of different... Is that what I just heard? Gotcha! Caught in the act. Red hand... Oh, this fucking bitch. Okay. Alright, I think she's about to have a bit more of like a southern accent, so... Caught in the act. Red dang-handed. Guilty out of a tomcat covered in cream. My eyes! Stop that at once! Ain't no stuff my snapping. Not till I get every dang detail and then some. The only thing about to let a bunch of dirty criminals go pocket, I shan't think again. First, what the fuck are you doing up here? Why are you here of all places? If anything, you're the suspicious one here. We're not criminals! Yeah, sure, pull the other one. It's got bells on. This here camera's whipping no justice. It ain't about the hogs off your cheap denials. Oh, it's you. Huh? You're that low-down, dirty jerk for a prosecutor, ain't ya? Who are you calling a low-down, dirty jerk? This is Lotta Hart, a photojournalist by trade. We've crossed paths on a few occasions, especially on one particular case. If I remember correctly, I think she was in the 4th case in the first game. I can't remember she shows up again though. She's hard to forget. Even harder to get a word in edgewise with. Quit making that face, Leah. That's the face of a no-good scheme if I ever saw one. Seems I didn't leave the best impressions on her either. That's payback time, Mr. Schemer. You gotta be thankful. Well, all I want is a couple pictures. But we're just here to investigate. Sure, yeah. If I investigate, you mean pull the wool over a lot of mile-wide eyes. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I thought she might listen to me. Didn't hurt to try, I guess. But we're probably better off leaving her alone for now. What is that giant head thing? It's the head of the great Mrs. Monkey. I remember that case well. But how did it even get up here? Yeah, so that's the second case of the... Wait, no. Third case of the first game. Yeah. Huh? Mrs. Monkey? That doesn't sound right. I sure didn't get the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Or misremembering it somehow? Don't be ridiculous! As if I'd ever make such a mistake. Okay, what are you doing here? So, what are y'all snooping around a fishy old place like this anyhow? I think it's us who should be asking you that. Me? I'm in it for the truth. For the good of society, and for a little old me, of course. How much you might call a photographer for the people? Snapping here, snapping there, snapping every danged where. I'll just leave it to you then. Oh, sorry, I got hiccups. We can talk once you've gone out of your system later. You said the statue was a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? It's pretty weird looking, I have to say. It's known as the Alfred statue. What? The Alfred statue. It says here it's called the Ali Fred statue. Ali Fred, Alfreds, Ali Freds. What are you muttering about? Oh, nothing. Let's carry on looking around, shall we? Huh? Oh boy. So experience is going to the boggle the guy's mind. Mysterious storerooms, damsels in distress. It's got a lot. Could you at least try to make things a little more serious, Fender? Hey, I can try. No, but seriously, I was keen to help our case. She's safe with me. You do your thing. It's not Kay I'm worried about here, it's you. Piles of banknotes. Banknotes just left out for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say? No way. These are all $100 bills. There's a fortune right here. How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Mr. Edgeworth? Please, Emma, I don't even want to think about it. You know what the sad thing is? That's probably more money than I'll ever see in my life. That's probably more money than I'd ever hope to see in my life. Oh my god. Sorry, I was just quickly checking something. Whoa, that's one heck of a desk. What do it belong to? There are 4 male figures acting as legs holding up the tabletop. Up in the center is hideously cringy. It doesn't even have a good decency to be camp enough to loop back around. Is this one from one of your old cases here, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I can't think of anyone related to any of my investigations with such an ostentatiously awful taste. I'm gonna act like I said that right. At least I don't think that was. I don't know, you seem to come across some pretty interesting figures, Edgeworth. Bunch of trophies then. Ooh, look, somebody left a walkie-talkie here. Looks to me it's like put here deliberately. Rather, like it's on display, to be honest. Hey, that battery's in here too. Could be useful. Let's take it with us. Nobody will use it. Nobody will mind if we use it for a little while, will they? I could take it to the police station afterwards. Someone signed us like a certain great thief. Scientifically speaking, I'd say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the chain's probably simply cold air from escaping. I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but this isn't just a box for storing clothes in. The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moths away. Oh, yeah, sure. Guess you could look at it that way too. And keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for summer, right? Still not prepared to let go of the particular part of your hypothesis, I see. Bro, I wish there was like a way to chill clothes, like during the summer. Alright, I think this is everything we can... Okay. We've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags, along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods. Shady deals on the 51st floor? This is big. It has to be, right? I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet. We need to figure out more about what's going on here. And there's an eyewitness we could interview. An eyewitness, huh? Okay, Laura, could you please be easy? Can you please be easy for the first time in your life? Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart?
Me? I told you, I'm in it for the truth, for the good of society, and for a little old me, of course. I'm a photographer for the people. For the people?
If you don't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I'd hesitate to guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme here in the storeroom.
Oh, so she's after a juicy story. Makes sense. Well, how'd y'all figure that out? Guess it means I don't got tippy-toe around anymore now. One of my sources told me a download about an underground auction.
What? So all the items here?
I sold to the highest bidder. Folks were slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. Had to come see for myself, of course. Get eyes on my subject, you know. Should have heard the tales my contact was telling. Taller than 2 trees, so I thought at first. Anyhow, wasn't about the right up base hearsay alone. So yes, I snuck in, slunk this here statue, and settled in to wait. Been inside till late that night, and carried right on through to the break of dawn.
So the auction and murder happened at the same time, on the same night. Coincidence?
Dirty deals in our secret storeroom. Talk about our story.
Was there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in the storeroom?
Sure, that was the regular old stuff too. Shady artworks from who knows where and that kind of thing.
In what way are shady artworks regular exactly?
But the evidence was for a big draw for sure. Reckon they're selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle out the couple prosecutor shops. I'll bet you to picture this whole thing, right, Miss Hart? Well, you see, the main event was down below. I had to try and see if I could do it from up here.
I haven't been up here since yesterday. I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then.
It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much away. All them customers came down one at a time from up on the roof there. Through old maths just as soon as they got down the ladder. They have voice changer doodads on them, see? Teeny tiny ones. Thinkier than the bugs behind. They say you couldn't see their real faces and you couldn't hear their real voices. Surreptitious as the heck. You mean surreptitious, right? I surely do, sweetie. Sweet surreptitude.
Also, not a word.
Anywho, once they got their gear on, they went right on downstairs. And then, in came the next one. Then it was time to leave. They all done the same, but in reverse. They came up again one by one. Hands back in the hook. Up the ladder and way. Interesting. Whoa, that's a serious operation. Okay.
No way participants were there.
I'll leave it all together. Count them when I came down the ladder.
Okay.
I didn't just hop behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know.
You didn't? Then where were you?
Well, when I first got here, you know what? That ain't important right now.
So you're hiding behind a statue from the very beginning.
Anywho, I'll show them folks come down from a spot here in the shadows. I see. So you watch from behind the statue. They used that elevator to get down below. Once they was all down there, I snuck up and took me a peek at the going on.
You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath?
No, I sent him back up. But this little peeky hole, if you know where to look. Elevator didn't quite sit flush on the floor, see? And if you bend down and squint your eyes, you can see the whole shebang.
Did you catch sight of who was in charge?
Alright, sure, I guess I did. I ain't had so good story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader after all.
I wonder who this ringleader is. I'll have to ask her some more. You mentioned the ringleader. Could you tell me any more about them?
Y'all should know. I came here to get me an exclusive. An exclusive ain't much dang good if you done spilled the beans already.
I see. So you don't actually know anything about them?
You think that's why she might give us the answer? Makes sense, I guess. Ah, you got me. Don't see if it was a man or a woman, a kid or an old timer, nothing.
What were they wearing? Could you see that at least?
Sure, white jacket, white gloves, magenta flower and a label. Them three things is what I remember. What goes the scripture of Alpha? I ain't got no clue who's wearing it.
So does ringleader disguise her identity too? Oh, no, that's the victim. The victim's wearing the exact same thing.
Ugh, pardon me, sorry. Ugh. Yes, sirree. Mask, voice change, the whole 9 yards.
They were wearing the masks. Which one?
Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy. Zervan.
Zervan? What kind of a name is that?
Seriously, Mr. Edruff? You've never heard of Zervan? He's global hero on Yankopon's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Zervan the Time Lord?
I think you might be better off asking who has. I don't know, Mr. Edruff. Since sometimes you might actually not know like common knowledge stuff, as I had learned yesterday.
No, I dang well didn't, which kinda scotches my scoop. This old mess have been for nothing but a snipe hunt. I should never come.
We know someone who's just like that. Maybe we should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. You said that the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower, correct?
Sure did. Don't ask me why they dressed up like a peacock on parade day, but they was.
This is the outfit you saw?
Well, holy smokes, it sure as heck is. But wait, so the big cheese is dead?
All we know is that she's the victim for the case we're investigating. Also, you seem to be reacting to seeing a dead body way too casually. I think I would need to... I think if someone just randomly showed me like a picture of a dead body out of nowhere, I think I would actually like need to take a... I think I would need to take a second, like a couple seconds just to compose myself.
Her name is Rosie Ringer. Oh, Ringer, as in ringleader. Nope. So the ringleader was a lady? Well, ain't that just a slipper in a dang deal? Throwing me off the man's jacket like that.
I hardly think she did it for you specifically. But setting aside for now, what's the point is that we've discovered something vital to the case. Namely that the underground auction was chaired by none other than our victim.
So somebody done bumped up the boss, huh? Then what's that? That's what was happening.
What was happening?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You're just going back to your business now. No offense, Miss Hart, but you made us sound like about 5 times more suspicious. Suspicious my foot, I tell ya. It's nothing. And you won't get nothing more out of me than that.
Wait, so there is more?
How many dang times I gotta tell ya? It ain't nothing, okay? And I ain't saying nothing either, way.
Oh, you can tell just a little more. Pretty, please.
I tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in. That's how the game's played. Tell ya more? Heck, I've been done y'all too much already. Wait, what if I examine some fingerprints for you, pro bono? What kind of cockamamie think you is that? I'd soon rather get my teeth pulled. You want intel? Go dig it up yourselves, just like I had to.
Okay. Guess she's gonna talk to either of us. Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. There's a certain technique I find useful in dealing with difficult customers such as her.
She may not give up information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can't be persuaded to. Let's start by observing our opponents.
I ain't telling you nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse.
As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead wherever possible. I don't have much time to think, so I need to be swiftly and decisive. This heart is definitely hiding something from me. So my first move... Okay. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out.
Go jump in the creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't got nothing to do with me, nor with you neither.
I don't have a clue how to proceed with this line of questioning. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart. Let's calm down, try to talk.
I am calm, dang Jew leastways. I will be, just as soon as y'all quit yanking my dang chain. That's better, being a news houndsel.
Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter of a very particular turn of phrase, similar to your own in fact.
Oh yeah? She spoke like me, huh? Yes, that could have been someone I know.
Her name is Tabby Lloyd. If I had my eyes closed, I could have believed she was listening to you. She told me that somebody was called the Chief. She was talking about you, wasn't she?
Oh, so y'all met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that something? I shall bump to her. She's a great kid, reckon. Wait. Oh, no, you don't. You ain't getting me. Can I go suffering? Oh, you nearly had me there, too.
Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seems to make her lower her guard a little. I think I used that to our advantage.
Okay.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything to do with you. That's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact.
Yeah, well, I guess it does seem kind of cold me to say that if you know her pretty good. Wouldn't want the poor kid thinking I don't give a rat's behind.
Good. Then you'll tell us what you know.
Fine, see, it's like this. Come on, wait, what am I thinking? Dang it, Lota, you can't just let him bamboozle you that easy.
What's that but a screw?
Forget it. It was nothing.
How embarrassing. A professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is.
Alright, I got me a scoop, a big one. I can't just go blabbing about it to y'all. I got bills to pay.
She may be hiding something very important. I may have to get out of her somehow. We need the details of the scoop.
Okay.
She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get out of her. The big scoop involved a criminal in nature, doesn't it?
Maybe it did, maybe it didn't.
Which is it? This is important.
Alright, don't gonna holler at me like that. I ain't done nothing shameful, nothing. Just fucking did some undercover reporting.
I'll be the judge of where your actions were shameful or not. An unlawful entry to private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, it's a crime.
Hey, you did the exact same thing, genius. Oh, but I guess you're a prosecutor, eh? Well, you're allowed to do stuff like that.
Let's not mention the fact I handed in my badge, shall we?
So, it don't amount to a whole kilo of beans, right? There's folks that have done way worse. Murder for one. Next to murder, trespass ain't hardly nothing.
From your mutterings, murder just now. I gather your scoops has something to do with homicides.
Nah, I was just looking all hypothetical like. You know, about murder being a big one and all. Ain't nothing worse than murder.
What the most skillful evasion I've had in my career.
Look, I done told you, okay? I snuck into the auction. I'll cop it for that. But murder? I know nothing about no murder. Ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing. Scouts on her.
I don't have a clue how to perceive this line of reasoning. This cube of yours, does it have to do something with the auction?
You know what? I clean forget here.
But you tried to infiltrate the underground auction. Really stands to reason that you observe something. Otherwise, would you have to write about?
I don't know what to tell you. I ain't hear nothing.
If you didn't hear a sound of nothing, does that mean you did hear the sound of something? Something during your time in this room?
Well, see, it wasn't nothing really, just a little noise is all. Wouldn't even make it page 16. Yeah, I mentioned it.
So something did happen during the auction. Something that made noise of some kind.
Okay.
We're mutterings. You told me you heard something during the auction. You claimed it was important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think there's something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim.
How do you keep doing that? Alright, it's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene, but only by accident. That's all getting out of me. Won't be no scoop left otherwise.
The murder Miss Hart witnessed must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps I should finish it up by confirming the credibility of her claim. I have her on the back foot now. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important.
Wish I could help y'all, but I don't right recall a whole bunch.
Okay. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me.
Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I spilled my guts already. Damn it.
You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true?
You call me a liar now? Oh, wait, now I'm mad. Real mad. I'm a journalist. How am I gonna sell stories that folks can't trust? I'm telling the truth. I got a motto, you know, faster than anybody.
A motto, huh? A motto, huh? That could be an important clue. Be honest, Miss Hart, I can't imagine that being so vague when in fact is a trait valued among journalists. Surely accuracy and honesty is what's necessary when reporting on a story.
Well, see...
It seems your so-called information is not credible after all.
Look, there was a murder, and I was there. I could even prove it.
You can prove it, can you? How?
I got right. Wait, you heard that? I was talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it. Ugh. Sorry.
She's still hiding something. This is a very vital clue. Be honest with her. Okay, yeah. I know you've been keeping something from me. And that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sounds enough in the form of the basis of a story you're hoping to sell. I'm not doing that. It's like 9:30 at night. I will get yelled at. Actually, when's the ad break? So I might X, like 5 minutes. Dang it all, heck. Give me a break, will ya? I'll come clean, okay? That's what you want, right? Here, I done snap me a photo. Happy now? You better be. And that's checkmate. Checkmate. Can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed by my own big mouth. Well, it happened, so it's time you tell us everything. I saw the whole thing. Watched the auction from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures too. Yeah, about that. So like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. They all shouting out bids and somebody wins something and bam, down comes hammer. Head on upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader, and then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, soon as that happened, I had to think quick when I ran behind a statue and hid. And who was it that eventually appeared? Didn't see nothing, but I heard something, what made pretty sure it was, oh sorry, that sweet, sweet sound of cold hard cash. I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. Sounds someone counting bills, perhaps? Sorry, that was me trying to make the sound of like counting bills. Anyhow, the deal was he settled your bills up here. I had two people yabbering for a while. Wait, so two people came up on the elevator? You betcha. I guess the other one was our friend, the ringleader. Anyway, yabba yabba yabba. On it goes for a little, and then I scream. Well, that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding spot and tried to stay out of sight. So you didn't see the moment of the murder? No, but I heard it real good. You didn't try to help whoever was being attacked? Quit trying to be funny, girlie. I done suit you none. I'm just a dainty little journalist all on her lonesome. I think I fixed a jump to save today. Dainty? Anyhow, there was a bunch of wrestling sounds. About when that happens, got feeling pretty bad about what I'd done. That makes sense, I guess. After all, you didn't. I remember to get my camera and snap you a single picture. Scoop like a drop in my lap and I miss it. Somebody will tan my hard. It shows not the fact that you shouldn't have been here in the first place. Anyhow, a little more time goes by and there's a kind of clattering noise. I'm there thinking, gotta get a shot this time. So I grab on real quick from the shadows here. Can we see this photograph? Oh, do I have to? Here. The person in red raincoat, the one that attacked Kay. So Kay's raincoat assailant also attacked the victim here in the storeroom, then proceeded to the roof where they assaulted Kay. There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim? Weird, huh? I was wondering the same thing. There are two people, but there's only one in the shot I got. I can't see anybody else in the room neither. That's the killer, right? Leastways, I'm pretty sure of it. So are you saying the victim disappeared? How did you know it was the killer? Just by looking? Because they're literally red-handed with bloods. How else would they get that, huh? And the auction just carried on after that? Sure it did. They just went right along like nothing had happened. Rich folks are crazy on a box of frogs. I never understand how they think. Funny. I find journalists struggle to understand as well. Okay. Oh yeah, it's about Simon. Okay. There we go. If the storeroom was the actual scene of the crime, then you expect the body to have been here at some point as well. Huh? Well, yeah. I'm wondering if the screams that Miss Hart heard. I'm wondering, was it actually like of the murder, or was it Kay falling down into this room? But think back to when Miss Hart told us about the customers of the auction, do you remember? Of course. They all came from downstairs back through the storeroom and... Oh. Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body to avoid its discovery. The question is, where did they hide it? Emma, if you mind putting up your skills to work for now? I'd love to. Say what you need and I'll get right on it. Very well. Then likely to check the blood residue. Luminol test, in other words. Sure thing. Here to witness the power of science. I've never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before. Alright, where do you want to test, based on Miss Hart's picture? I say the person in a red raincoat's about to climb it and make their escape, which means there's high chance of positive results. Ah, yes, this mechanic. Yeah, brought it out nicely. It feels that much more real. Anyway, I think you've got the gist of how I look for blood traces now, right? I'm sure there's still some more to be found, so why don't you give it a try? Okay, shit, now it's about to play. Ah, and that's how it's done. All right, I'm gonna take a quick little ad break while the ad. I'm gonna take a quick little break while the ads are playing, just to get up and stretch. And yeah, I'll be back in a quick moment. So just behave yourselves while I'm gone, okay? All right, behave.
Okay, I am back. I am back. Wah. Wah. Take a look around, see if you can find any other places of the luminol. One test there. Sorry, it's a negative. One test there. Ooh, okay. Oh. Got positive. There's blood here. But how come? Probably because it's where the murder was actually committed, I'd say. Oh, looks like something dripped through the floor below too. Okay. Still place we haven't tested yet. Alright then. Okay. Ooh. Aha. It's Edgeworth. Blood. But how could have gotten there? Maybe somebody put something of blood in there? Nah, that's where, like, hello, game. Alright. Blood in the clothes box can only mean one thing. That this is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it. I wonder who won the box in the auction. I haven't the foggiest. Still, this is a very helpful discovery. I just held your horses there. There's no way Buddy could have been in there. What do you mean? I took a look in that box when I first got in here. Looked just about perfect size for a little hide and go seek if the need arose. Maybe it would have been, if I could have opened it. But it was wrapped in chains, locked up tight. And I ain't no escapologist. Murder happened still after I scooped it out. So can't nobody be put funny in there. Wrapped in chains, locked up tight, you say? That's odd. Because it doesn't look like it's wrapped in chains any longer. Huh? They'll slap my hair and call me silly. Could have sworn it was, though. I think we've examined all we can now. Great. Time to see what's waiting down below. Shaking my leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie. Hey, Game Meister. Yes, Mr. Fender? We're about ready to move out, so why don't you stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost. Of course. I'll be sure to stay close. When did those two start getting along so well? You morons, that's gonna go to the 50th floor. Mr. Edgeworth! Well, fuck. This room. This is the auction room? No, this is the committee chamber. Way to drop right into my lap, King Faraday. You've got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, man. Arrest her right now. Wait, but she's... As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out of the chute where they belong. Oh. Yeah! Yeah, what she said. Miles, this isn't looking good, I gotta say.
See how the blinding light just shines on me. Yeah! Yowie!
What did I do? You'll have to forgive me. Like, fuck, Francisca's here. I meant to hit a certain cowardly ex-prosecutor.
You weren't aiming for him. You were aiming straight at me.
Something keeps getting in my way. Something.
Ah!
Right there. Francisco. So, what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I still believe Kay to be innocent. And why I suppose to care what you believe? You no longer have the right to an opinion. I am Francisca von Karma, and I have no intention of stopping here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge, and so our game has already come to an end. My badge? What was an obstacle to proceeding along with the road I've chosen? I haven't stopped. I simply cleared the way ahead. And now I'm free to follow that road. All the way to the truth. So don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed? I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was. You seem to think you know what lies at the end of the road of the truth. In that case, I demand you show me. I'll explain my character to you first, and if your road fails to lead anywhere, my whip will happily guide it. The victim used her keycard to enter the chamber with a killer. Sorry. Where she was stabbed with a candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letter that she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location. Hello, Aqua. Hello, welcome on in. A lot has happened. Turns out there was a secret hidden floor above this one with an elevator directly leading to this chamber. It turns out we believe this room is like where Kay actually fell instead of off the building, and where the murder actually took place, which sounds really suspicious, but we still don't think it's Kay. And turns out the victim was a ringleader for auctioning off evidence from previous cases. Yeah. That's a TLDW. The blood on the floor in this room proves my theory. Game Saturn match Miles Edgeworth QED. She seems pretty confident, huh? She isn't like the courage for convictions, that's for certain. Dark Age of Law is trying to make a... Yeah... Again, this is a case where it's like, we really should have played these games first for the Apollo games, but like, again, it's also we could have helped because they released the Apollo games first. And I gotta say, I can dig that vibe. I could even give her a hug. No hard feeling. Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case down around to my ears? If you really have found the road to the truth, perhaps you'd be so kind as to point me towards it. I'll be happy to. Settle in, Francisca. I'm about to pave the road of incontrovertible evidence. The victim used a keycard to enter the chamber of a killer. There's like... Okay, well, first of all, let me just... Context of the game, say you think Dual Destiny is the best game. Yeah, like Dual Destiny now makes like a lot more sense with now makes a lot more sense, like with like this game in mind. Photo taken of the incident lot of heart, ringleader and the auction attendee came up the elevator, screams heard not long after. Illicit auction held in big building, items sale were mainly items of police evidence related to homicide cases, 11 attendees altogether, all wearing masks, auction continued even after the murder occurred. Okay, that we know is true. I have a Steam Deck now.
You're going to buy the Apollo trilogy and play the games? Let's fucking go! Okay. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letter she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murder is here in the committee's trial chamber. Okay, I think this is like where we need to like present evidence. Wait. Oh, wait, do we need to... Okay, so we can present the possibility... There we go. If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in his room was located at the foot of the goddess of justice statue. Murder under the gaze of the divine. A brazen act even for a cold-blooded killer. Except that may not have been true at all. Take a look at this if you would. The bloodstain was discovered at the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found was dripping through the room below, and the elevator it dripped down from descends directly to the foot of the statue. Ah, you've noticed. Then you'll agree that the murder cannot in fact happen in his room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in a room above, and only afterwards was she moved down here. The guards of justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed the killer trying to cover their tracks. Why is she smiling? Sorry, I was just thinking back to the very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edgeworth. You've proven yourself. You'll be even more foolish than I thought. Mr. Edgeworth is anything but foolish, sir, and you know it. Out! Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me? Or are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there was far more blood here in the committee chamber than upstairs. Ouch! Lips iron. Ow! You're trying to tell me all of the blood dripped down from above, Miles Edgeworth? If it had, your storeroom stain would need to be 10 times as big. I say the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else. As insightful as ever, Francisco. But you played right into my hands. How so? You are correct. There's far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is, why? A trifling detail to face my previous explanation. Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Surely you don't think some spatter managed to shoot herself all the way up here, do you? Wow, like some crazy fountain of blood? No way! No way indeed. It's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed? There was far more blood in the committee chamber storeroom above because... the victim was stabbed here? Okay, no. I thought maybe it was gonna be like a clever like little thing. It was like, oh, the victim was stabbed here, but they were stabbed on the elevator on their way up. And that's why there was like more blood here, but only like a little bit of... Yeah, okay, never mind. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this again. There's far more blood in the committee chamber than in storeroom because... Oh, okay. The victim died of 3 stab wounds. Wounds that would have bled profusely. Exactly. That's proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor in this room. But that doesn't make any sense. Not if she was stabbed in the storeroom. You said she...
Silence, you half-baked hot hair-brained rookie. Hey, hair-brained's a little...
A sad balloon bleeds heaviest at one particular point in time.
Oh, I know. When a weapon is removed, right?
Precisely. I believe the body was brought down by the committee chamber with this candelabrum was still in its chest. And then, when it was finally removed, it created a difference in the amount of blood we see in the two locations.
But why? What was the killer trying to do?
I imagine they're trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Mr. Ring's card was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in record, I'd hazard a guess that they were used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup.
But why would they have needed to do all this in the first place?
Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear a storeroom being found in the investigation. If they're involved with the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed.
Okay. Underground auction?
You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should be more than explain what's going on here last night.
One that should more than explain. Okay, no, that makes sense. It's all in Miss Endearing Malice Edgeworth. How desperately you want to protect your friends.
And there's something just beneath the surface of this case. Something bigger than all of us. And Kay's only crime was to have the bad fortune fall right in the middle of it.
That's quite the hyperbolic claim, Malice Edgeworth.
Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're the one making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill. You're working with Interpol and international cases. So why are you investigating a domestic murder? I'll tell you why. Because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You followed the trail of the items being smuggled by the ring and wound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me there's something I sense that isn't related to any of this.
I'm very happy to learn that you've given up your badge and completely remove you of your senses. Scruffy here, tell me about the circumstances that led up to this, by the way.
Sorry, sir. I just thought it might help, you know.
You did the right thing, detective. So am I right, Francisco? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working on? Was the underground auction act already on Interpol's radar?
Wouldn't you like to know? But you don't need to, and you won't.
Then, you knew something, didn't you? That the auction's been held in this chamber.
Mind if I'll butt in for a second? Yes, in fact, I mind very much. Please, please, shut the fuck up. Yeah, victim over there. The lady in the watts. You! Let it go finish, will ya? No good buying painting, you know what it... Ouch! Well, the leopard sure ain't change her spots.
Hugh. Okay, so I forgot to mention... For some reason, she was also in the 51st floor. Apparently, she heard word of an illegal smuggling ring happening in the building, and so she found a storeroom and hid there so to hopefully capture pictures of it and get an exclusive scoop on it for a news report. Because she's a news reporter or journalist. Yeah. She was a massive pain in our ass in the first game, and she's been a massive pain in the ass here too.
Your testimony is not required, and neither is your presence.
Wait, did she appear in the second game? I forgot. I forgot if she appeared in the second game, actually, because I can't remember why Francisca knows about her.
What do you mean? I'm a journalist, you can... Ow! You are a liar, that's what you are. You lied at the oath that one time.
Oh, she must have appeared in the second game then.
Seems like Miss Von Karm is not too fond of Miss Hart, huh?
I don't think she was her biggest fan, no.
Was she called a ringer rat? She was a member of the committee.
But then they introduced no-nonsense journalists in the first case. Also with a Texan accent, why not use her again? Apparently, we also
again, someone I forgot to mention, apparently that journalist we met in the first case is an apprentice of hers. Yeah, apparently she's Heart's apprentice. Which would explain a lot, actually. Oh, she just exactly like the ringleader. Ah! Stop it! Stop with me, dang it!
What is the meaning of this interruption? Miles Edgeworth, explain.
Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auction was dressed. It seems they were in the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer.
But that would mean that the victim was also the ringleader. Now, how would you calm down, sir?
That seems I have no information to consider. It's true I came here to investigate the underground auction and to arrest the head of the operation, the auctioneer.
But if Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. I guess that means your journey here today was wasted.
I suppose it does. Nonetheless, I, Franziska von Karma, refuse to leave empty-handed. Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth.
Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go sorely underused this round.
No, I mean, this is me, like, taking lead we're talking about here. I don't know, maybe, I don't know, maybe you might want to think twice before saying that, Edgeworth. Fine, I'll accept your little explanation. I'll make the story the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. If the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer, and the culprit was the attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. Killer lay in wait for the victim. They then stabbed the victim in the chest of a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. There, that's not about to sum it up, because I won't be accepting rebuttals.
I'm afraid you might have to. There's a serious hole in your testimony.
There is. There is? I didn't spot anything. Good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright then, time to fight back. You have to win this for us.
And I will. Time to take Franziska's testimony to task.
I accept your explanation that the storeroom's actually seen the crime, yes? In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. True. And the photographs to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer, and the culprit was the attendee. Was an attendee. Okay, yes. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom, where the exchange of illicit goods take place. Lay in wait. Okay, no. Shit, okay, I actually have no idea what to do here. They then stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. It has to be this one, right? Items for sale, police evidence, related to homicide cases, 11 all wearing masks. Auction, I continue to... Okay, no. It... Okay, I'm a little bit lost here.
Hmm. Free arms may be the murder weapon, judging by the wounds on the victim's chest. Is there something we're missing here, perhaps? Hmm. Is it really the murder weapon? Hmm. I mean, if it's not the murder weapon, then what is? And my phone died. Fuck. Alright, give me a second. Give me a second. While the phone's charging, I'll just figure out what to do from here. Hmm. So I know we're supposed to present evidence here. Tease a little more out of her. How exactly did I manage that, may I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember? Yes, hiding someplace. And the evidence. And if you've seen inside myself, you know there's plenty of other places to hide too. So you're saying the killer was hiding out of sight while they wait for the victim's arrival. I believe it's reasonable to assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After that, the victim. She thinks it happened afterwards. Would you mind? Okay, so we need the press. We need the press. Okay. There we go. It seems you're one step behind yet again, Francisca.
How so?
The auctioneer was not, in fact, the victim, and I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us.
She made it, and it's not worth the air she used to say it. I done told you I'm a journalist, dang nabbit. My words are cute. Did I ask you to open your mouth?
Calm down and listen for a second, Francisca. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder. And she confirms that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred.
You bet it is. Went right on like nothing had happened at all.
How could that have been possible without an auctioneer, It wouldn't, so you see. The victim couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees.
Oh?
As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay could have been a murderer. Because she had to been pushed down the latch by an assailant and knocked unconscious by that time. So then, who was the victim really?
Right, well, the auction carried on after the murder.
The victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee. Please no. I was really hoping she wouldn't show up.
That's enough.
I know that sounded all too well.
I still half suspect she did it. It's either her or like the other fucking guy. I forgot his name. Like Eustace's father.
Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman.
Yeah, it's either her or it's him.
Oh, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity. Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, that'll do nicely.
Alright, Celsius, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just stopped by to see how my bone-headed boy was getting along. They say there's all sorts of families, but I'm not sure these two are what they meant.
Again, as we established, his jacket doesn't have a hood. That's the thing that's getting me. Unless it's like hidden behind his hair.
I thought it might need a light a fire under this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back where we started.
Men, detain the suspect immediately.
Wait, Miss Faraday's innocent.
Shut your meddling mouth!
You've become something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. As a matter of trust, we can't have our organization be seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me too. Personally, sorry, it must be my age.
Your unlawful investigation ends here, and it will not be permitted to resume. In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there's a matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect.
She's right, of course. As always, you really are a godsend, Verity. Everything I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest, but know this. We have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this person.
You can stop right there, Mr. Edgeworth. That raincoat picture discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on hoods, along with some cherry blossom petals.
Cherry blossom petals? Like the ones on the roof?
Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the bloodstains, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time.
The results came back already, my boy, so there's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer.
What? Eh? What the fuck?
No! This completely undermines our entire case! All our assumptions are based on the person, Renko, being the killer. But if they're the victim instead, then Kay remains the top suspect of the list.
Miss Faraday, you testified to have encountered a person in a red raincoat on the roof, correct? Yes, I did. We now know the person was the murder victim, and you're the only person we know who can come into contact with her. Since one of you wound up dead, I think we all know how the encounter went.
No! Kate was attacked by that person. She is the victim here, not the aggressor.
As far as I recall, we have yet seen any evidence that proves that she was attacked as you claimed. And even if such proof exists, Miss Ringer could have simply been acting in self-defense. Couldn't the same be said about Kay? I'm just saying, like, it could possibly be that Ringer attacked Kay first, like, and don't you dare pull the whole, oh, but she was a lawyer, an agent of the law. Motherfucker, you can work in the law and still commit murders, you know. But I'm not.
Kay?
I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remembered something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw now. Right when it happens. The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in red raincoat was on the ground. Nah. Nah, it's not you. I still refuse to believe it. No, you're not. You can't be. Then what am I? Why do I have a memory like that? On the floor in front of me, there was a pool of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I know why. It's because I was the killer. This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories. Would it really, though? Like... I mean, yeah, she can... I don't know. I feel like more would need to be remembered before, like, that could actually be taken, like, as, like, a confession of murder or something. What? You said you didn't believe her, like, 5 minutes ago. No, you see, Gumshoe, she only believes... Well, you know, you see, she will only believe Kay if it, like, helps her case. If it doesn't, then she's a... This version of her confession could be used since it's not underco. Ah, okay. Praise be the gods of justice for her many blessings. I'm going to fucking bash your head against that statue, I swear to God.
Objection!
Yeah, Francisca, can you please whip her? As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be... We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant. How dare you take that tone with me? This is a gross underreach of authority. I demand you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful? What could be more unlawful than this? Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law. Indeed you don't, but I do. And while I can't help be moved by your dedication for your friend, I have to agree with Verity. Speaking of the law, it seems there's another we must arrest. Ah yes, I almost forgot. Miles. What are you talking about? Mr. Edrup's doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't doing squat. By which I mean to say... Unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving as any kind of official capacity. You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worst, you aided and abetted the flight of the suspects. You are no longer even ex-prosecutor. You are a criminal, nothing more. Oh, this reminds me. There was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't it? Concerning your conduct. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow. Although, I fear I already know the outcome. Would the hearing even still... I guess, I don't know. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect upon your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard. The court is adjourned. Oh, fuck. Well, really looking bad for all of us. Okay, so now we're getting to what Judge Gavel wants. Never thought I'd spend another night in here again. And they stripped me of all my evidence so we painstakingly gathered. Even they did let me keep Kay's autography pen. Pretty nice cell considering, I know, right? Like, okay, it's a little, it's like a little dusty and that bed doesn't look comfortable, but I mean, at the very least you get like some kind of like privacy when using the toilets. And we saw last time that like they have a pretty decent menu too. I can't help but worry about her. They'd better be treating her well. The murderer, it was me. Ooh. Come on, let's go. We've got a visitor.
A visitor? Who?
Somebody named Dick Gumshoe. Want me to send him away?
No. Though, I'm not sure what to even say to him.
Oh, right, yeah. Cause like Edgeworth is like the cause like Edgeworth is like the person you defend in the fourth case in the first game. Wait here.
They're leaving me unsupervised. Judge Gavel.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat.
What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe.
I imagine you want to come if you knew it was me.
What could she possibly want from me now? I suppose I better find out.
You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors.
So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted.
It has indeed. For you, of course, and your friends. That Tony other girl are raising quite the fuss earlier.
Fender and Emma.
I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards.
No, you didn't!
You may think the girls in that regard, but she's too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior.
Did you come here just to chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands.
Oh, speaking of which, Miss Von Karma's continuing investigation where you left off. I just thought you'd like to know. I figured you would be worried about how they were all doing.
I hate to admit it, but she read me like a book. Let me cut to your chase, Yona. Why are you really here?
I'm here to simply talk. Nothing more. There's something I wish to know about you.
Me?
Yes. Who else? Objectively speaking, you are a highly intelligent and quick-witted. And a born prosecutor at that.
Please, Judge Gavel, your sarcastic praise is but a salt to my wounds.
But I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edgeworth. And it's why I fail to understand you. Take the Slayers case, for example. You are up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that, and yet...
I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that, I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon of my selfish and skewed sense of justice. Then once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree of which it changed me still surprises me to this day.
I see. Thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now.
You understand me? I highly doubt it. Someone who is focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see.
Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, there is one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that a date for your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today, in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards.
If that's all you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message.
And entrust a God's word to another? That wouldn't do now, would it? Until then, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly.
I still don't like her. I still do not like her.
Oh, I can walk.
A very basic bed. I can't say it's very comfortable to sleep on, however. I imagine Detective Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nonetheless, loudly snoring all the while. I suppose we'll probably never get to work together again. But I don't have any regrets about the bed I've made. I'll follow my own path to the end. There's a note on the wall next to the toilets. Sorry, we're currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparation before using the toilets. What sort of mental preparations can one even make? There's a menu on the table. It seems to be detainees able to pay to have their meals brought to their cells. What looks good? Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch. Add linguine for only $1. Basmati and brown rice special. Only for a limited time. Add regular white rice at no extra cost. Yeah, it's probably best I'm not very hungry.
Spaghetti and mac and cheese. That sounds... Wait. I mean, people do eat spaghetti with cheese. Nah, I still don't think it tastes all that good, actually.
I barely spent any time here, and already I can feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't give up on myself. My collar is slightly creased. There. A tidy outside begets a tidy inside, which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. There's a post in the corridor outside. We regret to announce that, due to the warden's arrest, the Dive Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll a dice every morning to determine their meals for the day.
Maybe she wasn't the caring warden we thought she was.
We wholeheartedly apologize to you who are looking forward to their daily casting of the die. Did anyone really need an apology for such a ridiculous idea in the first place? Do I have another visitor? Kay!
Oh.
Oh boy. Oh. Thank goodness you seem alright. That's a load off my mind. Oh, such a heartwarming scene. That's enough to...
Okay, I was gonna ask, does he have a 6-pack or an 8-pack? But no, it's that's just like the space in between, like the chest and the abs.
It's enough to make a grown man cry. But you're still not your usual cheery. I mean, you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't.
No, you have to let it go. I'm the murderer, I know that now.
But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself?
How can I, Mr. Edgeworth, when there's no me left to believe in?
Not at all. I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together. And I dare say you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe so much in your innocence, and why you should believe in yourself too.
Thank you, but I can't. I would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget her. That Kay, she's gone.
Kay, no!
You remind me of my younger self, you know. So noble, so bold.
This is the justice you and the committee stand for?
Justice. I suppose you could call it that.
What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? I can't shake the feeling that something's very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? Ugh. It's no time to second guess myself. I'm going to find out what it is. It's now or never.
Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be...
Wait. Why is the chairman so intent to seeing Kay charged with murder? It doesn't make any sense. There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness.
Come now, Miles. I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you.
The only way out of our current predicament is through Chairman Winner. There's so much to ask and so little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he's rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. I can't just let this happen.
Okay. We gotta lock in, chat. We gotta lock in.
Why are we so keen to push Kay through his arrests? I've yet to hear a satisfactory explanation.
An explanation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean.
Don't give me that. You know exactly what I mean.
I advise you moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position? And suppose we did let your friend go free. What then,
What do you mean, what then?
Think of how bad it would look, my boy. And who would have to take the blame? Me, that's who. You're right to keep your mouth shut.
Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever. Coming along nicely. That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you want a case arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like a statement of an impartial representative of the law.
You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you they might just be overthinking things a little?
Chairman Whitten certainly knows how to dodge a question, but it doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain on Kay's arrest.
Okay, I can put tracking back on. Again, this is kind of on me. I need to get like a longer like charging cable so that this doesn't happen so often.
Next, we'll need to press him whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient.
That was pretty easy. Statements to go unexamined, no matter how trivial they may seem.
You can hardly say your investigation was insufficient.
There we go. Ah, I'm back. It's been happening once a stream. I know, and I do apologize. That's on me. I can probably get like a longer cable like on my way back home from the gym tomorrow. I probably should have grabbed one because I did stop by a few stores on my way back home like today from the gym. Yeah. I'll try to keep in mind to it tomorrow.
And you're the one who called the shots, weren't you? Including your decision to have Kay arrested.
Oh ho ho. I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, my dear boy.
Nor the chairman of the committee. He doesn't get much more influential than that. Not that I care about such things.
You wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears.
You'll have to forgive me. I'm not a differential type.
Well, if you could insist on being so blunt, then I'm afraid I won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge again anytime soon.
Let me make something clear once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not concerned of titles or roles. Even you must understand that much.
So young. So very young. A word of advice, Miles, from somebody who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Idiotically so.
Well, that certainly got under his skin. It might be less hard to answer while he's in this state. Now's my chance. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether?
My. You really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know.
What a coincidence. So does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that investigation was sufficient or not?
The youth these days. I want to be reckless. Makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy. Well, maybe you know your place after all. What's the matter, Scatter?
Hardly. I was just thinking about how best to proceed. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensitivity. They can get quite emotional after all.
You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands. Let's say you manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them. So why not give up, my dear boy?
No.
And why not?
It's simple. Because I'm not about to let the truth escape me.
Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But what you're doing is pointless.
Tragically and miserably pointless. Please, just give up. She's guilty. Decision has been made. Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. Terms of case skills already been determined from the beginning before her arrest.
Okay, I'll probably take a quick little break while the ads are playing, just to rest my voice up a bit. Yeah, so I'll be back once the ad breaks are over, so just behave yourself while I'm gone, okay? Bop, 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 bop. Okay, I am back. I am back.
I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, Everything has proceeded as if case arrest was the end goal, right from the very start. Well, Chairman Winner, was it?
That's certainly an intriguing theory. But it's also a complete work of fiction, and I'm afraid I don't have time for such flights of fancy. I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end. Don't you?
No, he's trying to make us escape. We must confirm the legality of case arrest before he slips away. It's faint, but the truth is finally beginning to emerge. I'm not but let this opportunity pass me by. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking, so make it brief, will you? Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that case arrest is entirely unfounded.
Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain from yours right now. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyway.
How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law?
My, aren't you a rude little boy? But my fuse is only oh so long. Honestly speaking, I don't have the time to waste on the last question you could dream up. I have certain responsibilities to attend to, you know. I really am quite a busy man.
Or are you just pretending to be busy, That's an awful thing to say to a fragile old man. I work harder than I should for my age. I ask you, my boy, what could I have hoped to accomplish but with such a pretense? You obviously don't want me to talk about the case anymore. That's why I'm so keen to get out of this conversation, isn't it? It's just so tragic. It really is. That you suspect me of such things. It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. There was no clear grounds on which to base case arrest for a start.
Now, my boy, let's not get carried away. There's plenty of evidence to support our case. The mask, the letter, the corsage. These were all in her possession. And, of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I'd say.
But those are...
What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a way to explain everything away. Well, there you have it. Your silence speaks volumes.
It's true I can't counter your argument right now, but you did let something valuable slip up. A suspiciously detailed knowledge of evidence against Kay. He rattled off the list like he knew it inside out. I think it might prove a valuable clue. Kay is innocent.
No, my boy, that's clumsy. Even a disgraced superstar prosecutor.
Oh. Okay. Who gave the order? Who decided Kay should be arrested?
You know, I can't seem to remember. Don't ever get old, Mars, my boy. It wreaks havoc on the memory.
Time to develop my clue. I'd appreciate if you stopped playing the old man cards. You remember the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps your memory didn't fail you only when it's convenient, but I'd be more inclined to believe you. So let me ask again, who gave the order for Kay's arrest?
You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing or two from you. If he wasn't such an incurable numbskull, that is.
It's a tragedy, really. I don't want to hear about your son. I want to know who authorized the arrest. You're very mean, you know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe it was given by... Come now, Chairman Winner. We both know it was you.
Alright, you got me.
You You make it sound like it's somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold, so I guess I'd be rather cleared up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can't put your mind at ease. The key to do now is to establish how intimately he knows the details of his case. I just have to ask the right questions. The suspect Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly? I know that she's a suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true. Okay. You seem to know about the case in quite some detail. I know about lots of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that. Too bad it can't be said about the way you handled Kay's arrest. I'm very busy, man. Do try, but I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I choose. So it's taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you stop giving me the runaround, we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately. Why is that? Because I read the case files. Not exactly my thrilling use of my time, of course, but it's part of the job. I have to be a good role model. I can't be seen to be slacking. It can be so hard. But I had some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing. I've got you oh. No. Okay, never mind. Seriously, what is he burning? That's strange. Could have sworn you just told me you're a very busy man. I'd say the cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you? If you're so keen on being an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing Kay, you know? You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. But a tragic one too, after all. Your efforts are all for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime. We have yet to hear much about the circumstance under which Kay was found. She was lying unconscious in the storm, correct? That's right. Though I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that. He knows things even we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. This could be a valuable clue. The suspect Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly? I know that she's a suspect. Okay. Sorry, but the more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. For one thing, you seem to know details that even those investigating the crime scene were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner? Oh, there's that intimidating face you like to make again. Well, two can play this game. How do you like me now, I do have to commend you on your doggedness. It really is something. I'll take it as a compliment. Take it however you like, but wrap this up, will you? I just don't have to stab her anymore. She's the culprit, the only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load? Her down, for goodness sake. lowered her down with. Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound like the items Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her. Impressive. You really do pay attention, don't you? No wonder they call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why did you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you. It's finally time to shed light on this truth. All that's left now is to play the last move. Kay was framed. The true culprit set her all up so she will take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer. My, you really are a sharp one. It's a bit of a shame you chose your hand in your badge. I admit it. You're right on all accounts. And that's checkmate. Why the fuck was Lotta harder than him? You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it. There you go with that naivety again, my boy. I guess that was always your problem. The girl's arrest and conviction secured. This whole mess goes away. And that's what will happen. But whose interest does a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose. And mine? You know, listening to you just now. Well, it really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere. And utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect, I know that. But your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. You insist that truth is more important than anything else. But wouldn't you say to say if you knew what the real value of the truth is? What are you trying to say? When you get on my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it. Little by little. Kay Faraday, murderer, that's the truth. The truth I created. Yes, my boy, that's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes, it's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere. Because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. But why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it's worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you. Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You will pay for this. And with that, yet another person interferes from my life. Oh, and it just makes me want to cry and cry and cry. I'm not planning to speak just yet, Chairman Winner. There's still the hearing later today. Just you wait. One way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then. I like how like everyone here is in like a standard like judge uniform. Then there's just Judge Gavelle. He just has to be special. 10 members, over a majority, are present. I hereby call this hearing to order.
We are gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Here, inside of the goddess, we do solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgments.
Fair and frank. Don't make me laugh.
Verity, if you'll be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edgeworth. On April 5th, despite having been advised of the illegality investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions compromised the investigation of the murder of a certain defense attorney. Despite having been present of copious evidence of her guilt, he continues to insist that the suspect, one K. Faraday, is innocent of all charges. Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well. Of course. On the morning of the 5th, the body and the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Further explanation will be provided by
Me, Eustace Winner, Premier Prosecutor.
the floor is yours, Mr. Winner.
The murder itself happened late in the night of the 4th. The victim was Miss Rosie Ringer. That same night, an illicit auction had been held over in Ned's very room. Ringer took part in the auction, I think. Yeah.
Meaning the murder took place sometime during the auction.
When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneers. However, due to the fact that the auction carried on after the murder had occurred, I deduced that Ringer was not, in fact, the auctioneer.
You deduce nothing of the sort.
And what about the basis in which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner?
Yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by...
Crushing remorse, Eustace.
Yeah, that. Tons of crushing remorse. So she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of the building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat on the viewing platform.
And that person was Miss Ringer, I take it. Precisely, Mr. Chairman. The killer just the victim in auctioneer's outfit after the fact. But at the time she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat.
And who won the race to find that raincoat nearby? Me, that's you.
Did you? I thought somebody from forensics.
Strictly speaking, it was found by one of the forensics investigator under Mr. Winner's command.
I knew it.
The blood analysis on the coat shows that was indeed Miss Ringer who had worn it. In the suspect confession was the file nail on the coffin. She confirmed having committed the murder. So as you can see, Kay Faraday was the killer. There's no way anybody else could have done it.
Alright, Miles. I expect you have some objections. Let's get them out of the way, shall we?
I have no objections, Chairman Winner.
Well now, is that so? I thought it would take more than a single night's attention to...
No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that is. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty.
I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial.
Of course it was. When it comes to carefully deduced ops, I am the winner every time.
You know, Miles, it's within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts. If, and this is purely hypothetically of course, you were to withdraw your objections. You might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of the seat of this committee.
Verity, you don't have anything to say on that?
So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth?
If you think you could buy my silence, think again.
You will watch your mouth.
You're not just gonna address the fact that he bribed us for a position in the committee, to just keep silent, despite the fact that, to your belief, we're here because we have been very unlawful in our investigations on the matter. Just not gonna say anything on that front. Only if the chairman watches his. I didn't come here to speak about committee seats. I came here to talk about the murder case. I demand a statement under oath, and I won't rest until I have one.
I want to know exactly what the community's view on the incident is. You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well, if it will make you happy. Verity, please provide Mr. Edra materials pertaining to the case. Really? But, sir... This will be his last hurrah, so let's humor him with send-off he desires. If you say so, Mr. Chairman. Yippee! Alright, let's see, did I fucking change anything? These cunts change anything? I was right, the victim has a burn mark on her hand. Okay, they didn't. None whatsoever. Mr. Edgeworth, don't worry, Kay. Everything will be fine. You'll see. Miss Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So assumptions that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction of her purchase. The only exit to the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up to the roof. After she emerged from the viewing platform, that's when Mr. Ring was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view on the case. The raincoat wasn't offered that night. Is that really true? We believe so, yes. You remember the failed assassination attempt on the president of Zhang Fa, I assume. The raincoat was a piece of evidence from that case. It should, of course, have remained safe under lock and key in the appropriate facility. But our inquiries revealed that it did in fact go missing under mysterious circumstances. And wound up at the auction along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose. Wonderful work, Verity, just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever. You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us all time and simply admit defeat. I'll do no such thing, thank you very much. Very well. It's good to know you still have some fight in you. Is it? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning. What exactly is she up to? My guess, either she herself knows that like everything here is fishy, but feels like she can't speak up on it, or just doesn't have the willpower, or I don't know, is like so blinded by her faith in the goddess that like she believes that someone like Chairman Winner, who was supposed to be to her like the right hand of like the goddess of justice, like to accuse him of like I guess like lying or like getting in the way of justice would be like considered blasphemous to her or something. Either that or she's like maybe gunning for like the chairman's position. I don't know. Okay. This much I actually do believe is true. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Um... Okay, no, that's not it. Hmm. I guess my question is that if she really was like killed there, then how's her body moved to the committee like chamber? Okay, no, that's not it either. Hmm. Shit, I actually got no idea. I actually got no idea. Hmm. Oh yeah, because like that photo was taken after the incident, right? Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Gavel. What is Miss Hart doing here in this hearing? She's an eyewitness. I thought it'd be obvious. Well, now I ain't really an eyewitness. Not of an earwitness, I guess. She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help a major case, is she? I like to think I choose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth. Then you should question them more thoroughly, because there's something she hasn't told you. Take a look at this photo. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart. Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it? According to your theory, the murder occurred on the roof. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom just before she took this picture. Wait, you're saying Gavel got it? Wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying. What? Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night, you saw the person in the picture, correct? I sure did, clear as day. And without my own two eyes to boot. And what were your impressions at that point? My impressions? This right here's the scoop of the century, or something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I was hoping more for your impressions of the person in question. Oh, there's a walking meal ticket? Seriously? Just my little joke. No idea, look at me like I don't sound your lunch. Oh, red raincoat, right? Well, I took one look and I thought, that's a perp right there. They're nice to rub. Who's hard to... Oh. Sorry. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts you require, You need to only ask, you know.
What do you mean?
I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hard heard. Voices that may be unrelated.
Unrelated? You could do better than that.
Was one of the voices Miss Hard heard only really even Miss Fingers? Yeah, kidding me, right? Them folks is talking crime-related turkey. My name ain't a lot of danged hearts. But did you hear them clearly? Well, can't really say for sure, but... Yeah, I can't really say nothing, and you know it. But they was using a voice change, that I told you all that. Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised. Which means we can't even be certain that whoever she did over here had anything to do with the murder. You don't need to yell objection or decide me, Mr. Edgeworth.
It seems I overestimated you, Judge Cavell.
Nonsense. Verity is the best of us, my boy. The very best.
Then what was I say about the committee by the fact I beat her twice? What does I say about the committee's competency if I was able to beat her twice? And yet she believes that what Miss Hart might have had anything to do with the murder. Even supposing that the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up to the roof. That much we can say for certain. And I can tell you why.
Is that the...
We initially thought that the person in a red raincoat was the culprit.
Yes, because Miss Hart said as much.
Indeed, she told us about the blood she saw in the person's hand. And I doubt people would have thought differently given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is the killer, then the blood we see from the attack is the victim's. But knowing what we do now, that this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. The presence of blood still shows up, but that picture was taken after the attack. But now it tells us something very important about the victim too. There's no doubt in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom. But here we have photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit of her bloody hands. This can only mean that Miss Fringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand from the wounds she had sustained.
What are you talking about? It died from a hand wound.
The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Winner. I imagine she used her hand to try and staunch her wound. That's right. While it's impossible to tell from this angle, the victim was already mortally wounded here.
Oh ho ho! Well, that certainly would change things, wouldn't it?
It very much would. Not least by making it absurd as such Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after the picture was taken. After the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. I put it to you that Kay witness was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds.
That would have been quite the coincidence.
It's a textbook case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd say.
You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that's... or pretending to not remember it.
What? What fact am I forgetting?
I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery. That Cavell works for me. Why do you keep giving her orders? That's my job.
You really are a total and utter embarrassment.
Jesus Christ. I'm not.
I had to break it to you, but you both are.
Get to it, Cavell. Put Edgeworth out of his misery. As you wish. Miss Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in her chest. And we all know these wounds, what these wounds are from, don't we? That's right. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. I doubt anybody could survive such a grave wound. Care to read the coroner's report? I'm sure it would change your tune. Nicely done, Cavell. Now Edge will have to...
Make several objections? Yes, I'm afraid I will.
What? Why?
Aren't you listening?
Oh, I was listening. Very carefully, in fact. Hence, my objections.
Come on! Why do you always have to undermine me?
That's never my intention, I assure you.
It isn't?
Because you do it so well to yourself every single time already.
Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that because I'm...
Please, Eustace, just stop for goodness sakes. You're already embarrassed me enough.
Huh? What do you mean, Dad?
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of feel bad for Eustace here. I kind of feel bad, not even his own dad likes him. Jesus. Okay. Hmm. Wait. If she was stabbed in the chest with a candelabrum, wouldn't it show up on the coat? Wait. Yeah, there's no holes in the coats. Ah, okay. I think I'm kind of picking up what's happening here. It's the same thing with the notes. Gavel's being, well, either she's still in the will of I don't fucking know, like, chairman here, or she's intentionally being dunce. Question is, where do I present this? Ah, there we go. Chairman Winner, you know what this is, of course. The red raincoats. That's right, isn't it, Verity? Yes, sir. The one Mrs. Fringer was wearing. I warn you, Mr. Edgeworth, you will not be thanked for treading old ground here. Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless. Now that if you ask me this, Judge Cavell, you told us that the victim's bloodstains were found on the coats. But do you remember where exactly they were found? Of course, they were found on the hood and... No. What's the matter, Verity? The hood and... Was blood found anywhere else in the raincoats? No. It was not. Doesn't it strike you as odd? The victim died of a stab wound to the chest. When a lead one suspected bloodstains in that area, and yet there was blood only on the hood. That's a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted for the stab wound to her chest. Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the injury first. As you said, if she had been stabbed first, there would be blood in the chest area of the raincoats. Therefore, Miss Fringer couldn't possibly have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. But even if you can see that point, the head injury came before the chest wounds. What difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case? I'd say it changes things a great deal, in fact. It raises even more fundamental contradictions. That's quite a bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I have to admit, you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us the fundamental contradiction with some evidence. candelabrum? Has to be, right? Okay, no. Okay, no. Okay. Possible for the head injury to have happened after the victim had been stabbed. In which case, one of our evidence is to begin to look very suspect indeed. Oh wait, would it be the coroner's report? Because didn't... Wait. This is Dr. Hurt's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. But the order suggested the bloodstains on the raincoat is exactly the opposite, yes. Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this cannot be brought to close. Yes, Your Honor. I'll go fetch her at once. Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she'll be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there's another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, there's somewhat been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they? Yeah, good point. I never looked into that, huh? Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't even know the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter? We've seen nothing that might serve as a clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet. But there is someone involved in this case that I can name. I expect at the very least they might be able to point us in the right direction. And that's... Chairman Winner, I demand you testify what you know. What? Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad? You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee. Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care. I don't care who or what he is. We're already talking the truth. We're talking about the truth here. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, corsage, ticket stub, and everything else. The items Kay was carrying when she was found. They were deliberately placed in her position somehow by Chairman Winner himself. A shocking accusation, and one I can find it hard to believe. But for the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would he do such a thing? We cast suspicion of Kay, of course. Why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that fact. Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please. I think good chairman might be in shock. So what if I did? Did you hear me, my dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much. And where's your proof? With no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you tell us just something that, more than to base your outburst on? He still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center, and yet... Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, reverb so on. I'm going to have to ask you to explain yourself. If that's alright, Mr. Chairman? Not at all. I'd be very interested to hear this myself. I am intrigued to learn where Mars might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen such as myself. He has a lot of nerve, acting all innocent like that. Very well, let's start at the very beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in the Hollow Chamber. In the Hollow Trial Chamber to point suspicion. A location that should by rights only be accessible to members of the committee. Yeah, they all have key cards to this room after all. Furthermore, but these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible... There can only be one winning explanation. That's right, Mr. Winner. The auctioneer is a member of the committee.
What? No!
What on earth is wrong now?
What do I do with that? Fit right into his hands.
Oh, you did indeed, you utter nitwits. But Miles, my boy, you realize that you have casted quite a wide net with your explanation. That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10, given Miss Ring's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total. Well, certainly wasn't me.
It can't be the chairman, can it?
Whoever it is, speak up right now! Come, calm down, all of you, please. Well, Miles, is that all the proof you've got against me? You're very quiet all of a sudden, but it's too late to back out now.
You cursed former chief prosecutor, committee chairman of crime.
I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing you for what you're about to face. You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. Where the murder happened, the order of the victim's injury sum, and other things I hardly even remember. But you needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it. The suspect herself has already said she did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be lighter for it. So rejoice. And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit. How can I when that was barely a testimony to begin with? That man, he's a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it. You saw a flash of something half remembered, Cade, nothing more. If you must believe in something, believe me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead. But I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy. But he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I could use it against him. I'll just use... Wait, use what against him? I'll just use that against him. Wait, use what? I don't know, I'm kind of getting a little bit lost here.
shit.
That was no confession. It was a statement you coerced out of a vulnerable victim.
What do you think, Verity? Is the Edgeworth correct in this assertion?
No, the suspect confessed to the crime herself.
We get it, Miles. We all understand how much you want to believe in your little friends. But you have to face the facts here. I mean, refusing to accept a confession is tantamount to calling you a liar, no?
What did you say?
If looks could kill, dear boy.
Even if the broad strokes are correct, it doesn't make something true.
Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud. I'd say the bigger picture is more than enough here. After all, every case has its little inconsistencies and contradictions.
If we let ourselves get bogged down by every single one, we'd never make any arrests.
And once we did, the trial would drag on forever. Even you understand that, right?
Not in the slightest. Hence my inquiry into the details.
Oh, to be so young and pig-headed.
Anyway, you keep digging into these little details. I seem to recall the ringleader's identity and the faulty coroner's report being critical points of contention.
Yes, I was listening, my boy. But critical is a matter of opinion.
How can you possibly suggest such a fundamental issue are not important? Perhaps the ability to make sound judgments that should be on trial here today.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Bravo, my young hothead. Wonderfully cutting stuff. You do like to try, though, don't you?
There's no way anyone could say the irrelevance, unless you tend to bury the truth.
But none of it is relevant, my dear boy. The only one who keeps trying to make it relevant is because otherwise you're up a creek without a paddle.
Just because she confessed to something doesn't make it the truth. Kay suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt.
Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss a confession outright, I tell you. Why did you ask her one last time? I'm sure she'll just say she did it again.
Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit.
Huh? You mean me? Is that really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position.
I know, but there's no other way. I only request I be the one to question her. You really know how to suck an old man's heartstrings, you know.
But fine, ask away. On one condition. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. We'll conclude the proceedings to an end, and there, agreed?
Call the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing?
Yes, dear boy, that's right. Perhaps you're a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again, and all that happens, the girl confirms her guilt. She is officially declared guilty on the spot. Yes, this is a great plan if I do say so myself.
No, sis. You just declare her guilty just like that.
That's the gist of it.
It's a big risk, but he's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Kay.
Yes?
I know it's not to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence?
Why? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use. I can't be of help to you. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to try to remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? And if I did, I should be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The guy you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. A criminal who let you down. He
betrayed your trust. Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you for a very long time, but I know you well enough. And right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. You will never commit a murder. You can never. Because this is who you really are. You're the great thief Yatagarasu, a noble outlaw who will never stoop so low as to kill. Because... No, the only evidence of your guilt is a confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you? No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. So that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded and accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly the decay I know would have done. You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego, regardless of what I put you through. Now, let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay. Remember the noble thief you really are. Without memory for committing the murder, you need the question of all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. Kay! What's wrong? Did you remember something? Oh, I'd like to see some cliche movie plot she did. A cow. A cow? Took the words right out of my mouth. Damn, called that. Can you just imagine she says a cow and she just points right at fucking Verity? Oh my god. Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details, like why she pointed at me when she said that. Well, okay. Can you tell us about this cow? I remember now. The person had red raincoats. She had it in her hand. A stuffed cow. I can see it so clearly now. Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Took the drink when he said. I love the few moments where I'm actually funny. Yes, I'm sure. The This court acknowledges the defendant's same as new testimony. Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is new and highly relevant evidence. Objection. Need I remind you of the idle statement of her memory? No, this simply won't do. Adels, but if we claim her memory is unreliable, now that our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself a few minutes ago that thanks to a suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves with the finer details, did you not? Were you to call the validity of her memories into question? Fuck, thank God, for once she's actually on our side. Oh my God. again, like, it's one of those things where I have to wonder if, like, she actually knows there's, like, there's more to this case, but she feels like she can't speak up on it. Either because she feels like she's not in a position to do so, or because she believes that, like, going against the chairman would be, like, a blasphemous act or something. Is that really the most advisable course of action? Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit, then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth. It's only thanks to Judge Gavel's intervention. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal. I believe the cow in question is this here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom, and believe it's yet another auction lot. Wait, that's... You know something, Gavel? No, It's just not what I imagined. I suppose it is a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look over it carefully. Oh. Edgeworth's understanding how Phoenix feels in every case. I know, right? So this is what my boyfriend... I mean, this is what Phoenix goes through every case I put him through. Perhaps next time I'll show him a little more mercy. No, he wouldn't like that. He wouldn't like that one bit. After all, he does like it a little bit rough. Oh my god. There's a cherry blossom petal caught in the fur here. There were petals on a raincoat too. And a cherry blossom in bloom at a viewing platform. It would definitely appear that was taken outside at some point. But what did the victim want with this thing? The left horn is missing. This hole looks like where the horn would have gone. But it doesn't look like stuffing in there. So what is it? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the rest of the toy and see what else we can find. Oh. The right horn. I'll fuck it. Good for you. I can't even say anything because I just made a sexual joke about Edgeworth and Phoenix. The right horn seems intact, but thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll say I'm not really into the whole yaoi stuff, but Phoenix and Edgeworth, fuck it, I ship it. I ship it hard. The right horn seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of the soft toy. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it moves. It does? Sure. Sounds like sand being crushed? You know, it seems a recording device hidden inside. Shh. And... I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that bird from me. Nothing to say for yourself. I've waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Could this be the moment of the murder? And someone made a recording of it. Wow. Yeah, that's them right there. Them's the voice I heard. I'm sure as eggs is eggs. Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder.
If only there was some accompanying video footage.
You got bugs in the ears or something, lady? I done told ya, them's the voices I heard. We already know the victim was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from where she got it.
Yes, it is possibility, but a weak one without more than your word to back it up. We need something more, something credible. We need? Yet again, she seems to be stepping in to help. Judge Cavell, I think we know the voices from the moment of murder. Consider for a moment the words heard when speakers say, I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what these words are referring to and how it is all related. The coroner's preliminary findings. How do they prove anything? Indeed. What page do the voices... Up here. If you read this part page... Ooh. Wait. Wait, where are we supposed to present? No, I'm not... Game, I'm not an idiot. You make it very unclear when I'm supposed to present things.
Take that.
What? What the fuck? Oh my god. Is it prominent burn mark? Am I actually about to fucking lose this because I actually don't know what... There, fucking finally, Jesus. That was so useless. We didn't need to do that. Think again on the words we heard. This part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark at the back of her right hand.
And what of it?
According to case testimony, the victim was carrying the stuffed cow toy. And a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned in the recording it captured.
It's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right?
I'm not so sure it does. Especially not in this case. The court accepts the recording may have been from the time of the murder, in which case one of the two voices belong to the real culprits, and based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that the ones we hear the most.
But still knows anything about the killer's true identity, or even that they're male or female.
Due to the voice change is correct. Unfortunate, but unavoidable. One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voice Miss Hertz heard were those of Miss Springer and her killer.
Just like I done told you they was.
We can say something else now too. Let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Do as you wish.
According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, two people came to the storeroom for the committee chamber on the elevator, the ringleader and the auction attendees. It seems at this point, which money was exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterwards, and the auction carried out on after that. All of which points to one key fact. Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that it cannot be the victim.
Hey, come out.
Not right now, Eustace. There's a good boy. What did you just call him? A good boy, why? Either I need to get my head out of the gutter or your two's relationship needs to be investigated. Anyway, and if they aren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer. A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive. I am fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main events. There were certain traces of the scene. It seems that just the ringleader was the killer.
Then please hurry up and show us.
Or something that was placed on the scene. I think you need to get your head up together because you were so wrong. True. You know what? When you mention that, that does you kind of make a good point. What was something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader having been the killer? Something that was placed in a scene that points to the ringleader as being the killer.
Take that.
Okay, no. A bit too early for that. A bit too early for that. What could it be though? What could it be though? Something they would have wanted to hide. What do we find that they would have wanted to hide? I know, I'm actually kind of lost here.
Take that.
Okay, it's not that. Okay, I think I'm at a point where I probably might need to save scum a little bit.
Take that.
Nope, not that. Okay.
Take that.
Okay, nope. Shit. I actually have no idea what the fuck we're supposed to do here.
Take that.
Oh, wait, did I already present that? I think I already did. Shit. Shit.
Take that.
Damn it. Okay. I'm actually quite lost here. What the fuck am I supposed to present?
Take that!
Okay, nope. Shit, I have no idea what.
Take that!
It's not the candelabrum. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Good heavens. Good heavens, my incompetency.
Take that!
Ah, there we go, finally. The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the goddess of justice statue. It was due to that blood that we originally thought the murder had happened in his chamber. It was simply a ruse, designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom. In order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct? Correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have no reason to cover up that blood. Which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. And as the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name? The auction is always held in the committee chamber, and with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know the murderous ringleader and someone connected with the committee. Yes, yes. Did you suspect me, correct? I was the committee's most powerful member, and that should hardly be a surprise, right?
Objection!
You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned to you already, you're also hopelessly naive. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you got something to share after all. Goof. Do I have any evidence that shows the chairman witnessed the murderer? I actually don't know if we do. I actually don't think we do we? It was Chairman Wynn himself who brought up the fact I suspected him. And he seemed confident right now from the get-go that he's untouchable. Which means he knows. He knows I have nothing. Oh ho ho ho, well, Miles, my boy, time to pay the piper. Ah, I've always wanted to say that. Verity's all yours. Wait, dang it, I just remembered something. Huh? Did you have amnesia too? No, it just didn't come to me. Flash inspiration, you know how it is. Very well, say your piece.
Objection!
What are you doing, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear that he won't give up until every last lick of hope had been extinguished. So extinguish we must, lest we try to drag us through the excruciating process again in the future. Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Gavel bring this to a winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they are. Fine. Let's hear what the witness has to say. You heard the chairman, Miss Hart.
if you'll be so kind. Well, alright then. Here goes nothing.
The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please.
Don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist. Choose my middle name.
Color me officially worried.
So the ringleader and a killer, right? Which makes the victim one of the auction goers. The thing is, that don't add up. Count 11 people coming down hatch, see? Then the murder happened, then the auction started back up again. I had me look back downstairs right after that.
No,
And when you know it, there was 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again. Okay, sure. Yep, sure. Sure as can be, a gabble ship. So my own two peoples. So, 11 for the murder and 11 again right after means... Oh wait, that's a thingy. A contradiction, Eustace. Do try to keep up.
Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all?
I done told you already. I carried right on again like nothing even happened. Oh, except for... It's nothing much, but...
What is it?
That little mallet doodad. Can't even sell an auction about one. Kinda like the one Missy over there got, but different. The auctioneer's hammer has the bunny. I done heard that thing banging and clanging around way then nothing. Just like that.
So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through? Could have something to do with the murder?
If what Miss Hartrue is telling us, then we have something of a problem. Namely, that the victims neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees. Your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh. Chuck went up for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth.
See, Mr. Edgeworth, there really is nothing we could do. No, there must be something we overlooked. Something we could still have an explanation for. Oh. I just need to think. If I can't chaos.
Alright, kids, so we finally have all the answers now. If so, then I expect you to make good on. Oh, one moment, sir. I worry that it might still be a little early to pass judgments. After all, we have one matter yet to resolve. And until we do, we cannot, claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. Allowed, hold it, perhaps?
Oh, yes, of course. And once again, she rescued us from the jaws of defeat.
Very well, let's get this over, shall we? What's the one matter still remains? Why, contradiction in the coroner's report, sir. That's... I'm back with the witness, Your Honor. What's this all about? Why'd you call us back here now? Did somebody suddenly fall ill? I have to compress as Freddy in 2 seconds. Ouch! This better be good. Did somebody else drop dead? Well, they might soon wish they did. Why do I always go southern when it's come to voices now? Maybe I've been doing too much of Lotta's voice. Maybe that's it. Let me show you. This won't take long. Quit trying to bum me up and cut to the chase, will ya? Of course. We summoned you here to confirm something.
What is Judge Gavell up to?
Dr. Hertz, this course asks you to provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy? No one doesn't make mistakes, ever. That's strange. Huh? What do you mean? In the case of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. So I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings?
That's awful! How can you even say that? What are you asking me for? What the heck do you want? Why the heck would I want to do that? To help the true culprit, of course. As if I know anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sorts. And that seems doubly strange. What other explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your reports? Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you've been coy, I must say. Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? I still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately and then handed off to Mr. Winner according to protocol, then the report couldn't contain any mistakes. Wait, for the record, I didn't do anything to the report. I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story. Why do we need to? This is pointless. I'll be the judge of what's pointless, thank you very much. We have patients waiting back at the hospital. But grab out! We really don't have time for this. Won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is. Grandma says she'll testify. But couldn't you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer. And that you have no qualms about taking your time buying cotton candy the last time we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, we promise. Assuming you tell the truth, that is. There's no way there's a mistake in Grandma's report. Not ever. I've been dealing dead longer than you've been alive, Sonny Jim. We write something wrong, it's likely as out. What the heck do you think I can stand the game by doctoring a file, Don't make a lick of sense. And that's all she has to say. Nothing funky here. See, just as I thought, there's no chance you could doctored her findings. And do you swear by the holy gods that your testimony is true? Of course, Grams never told a lie in her. Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother's the subject of the inquiry, not you. Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm the only ally poor Grandma has. Go ahead and shout objection left and right, but you best prepare then, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. Oh, I'm more than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in that report. Okay.
Hold it!
And you've really never made a single mistake in all that time. Doctoring's all about experience. The longer you've been at it, the better you get. If only the same were true for prosecuting, Chairman Winner would be best in the business. But I think we can all agree that's not the case. Oh, you really are a devil, Miles. But you're also quite wrong. I've never once made a mistake either. After all, I have people to do that for me. I'm too busy for follow-ups, and luckily for me, I don't have to make them. Isn't that people just grand? Don't go try making a doctor and a lawyer and sound the same. They ain't nothing alike. Nothing alike, I tell ya.
Hold it!
The victim appears to have put his raincoat on after sustaining a head injury. And yet there was no single drop of blood on the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem. Oh, that... Ouch! I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. My dang report already says what you just said, don't it? Your report states that the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem, which is the exact opposite of what I just said. Oh. Sure. I diligently dedicated that report to Florence here, and she wrote it all down. Oh, just like I said. Something happened to that. Nothing to do with me. You dictated it. If you could please tell me more.
Okay. Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself.
Oh, I'll read it too. Ouch! That ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all.
What? What do you mean exactly?
I don't know. But I can't say that. Miss Needler, if you are attempting to bury Dr. Hertz's truth, I will gladly hear a confession myself on behalf of the girls of justice.
Dr. Hertz seems to be telling Judge Gavell something in private.
What? I see. Very well. Allow me to relay to everyone what you have told me. Ain't no doubts about what I said. I dictate my finds to Florence just like I told you I did. The fuddle-headed young thing must have wrote it down wrong or something. Wow, that was a great impression. Oh, she also wanted an impression?
Yes, but was it really necessary? So in summary, there's an error in the reports. And it's all because of you, Nurse Needler.
The true facts have now been shown that the head injury occurred prior to the chest wounds. The question now, Miss Needler, is why did you introduce such an error? Just a minute, Verity. You make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately. Whereas I see she just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think? No. No.
They may have mortem in the name, but I'm fairly certain you'd be able to hear the difference between the pre and post. Except they're two complete opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it.
But why would she want to change it? Exactly. They get out! You won't get away that easy. Explain yourself, young lady. But Grandma, I...
You submitted a falsified report, an act that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation.
I can't. I can't tell you.
Not don't want to, but can't.
This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think?
Ganging up on a poor, considerate girl who's only looking after her grandma.
She has nothing to do with anything. She simply made one tiny mistake. So why not leave it there?
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you.
What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you're now de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that.
I'd be happy to. I'd even spell it out for you. Nurse Needle's wrongs crime is very important because Nurse Needle doctored a report in order to cover for her accomplice.
Ouch! Oh ho ho! So she co-conspired this innocent young thing? Do share your grounds to make such a wild accusation, dear boy.
The murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on her own. Without at least two people, it wouldn't have been possible to
Really do all these, but I'm gonna guess.
The auctioneer was a murderer and the victim was one of the attendees. The fact that the witness testified to there being 11 attendees after the murder doesn't make sense.
Hey, watch it. Y'all call my good word into question now, too?
That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word. Which means there must have been a co-conspirator.
I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong.
I wasn't wrong. I just hadn't considered the possibility to kill Evan and an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things start to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room, to auction in place of the victim, There would have indeed been 11 attendees both before and after the murder.
Well, so what you're thinking is, it's certainly an intriguing theory. But surely the imposter would have been spotted right away.
I don't imagine Nurse Needle looks strikingly different from the victim in build and stature. With help of a mask, you could easily have replaced Miss Ringer without anybody noticing. Well, Nurse Needle, is that what happens? Did you take the victim's body's place at the auction?
I wouldn't do anything like it.
Now tell us, the ringleader, who were they?
I can't tell you. I just can't. It hurt Grandma too. Ow! Grandma. Don't you worry about me. I can take it. You just tell everything, child. But...
So I was right. She was an accomplice.
Miss Needler, why? Well, Miss Needler, can you explain yourself? Yes. Huh? Oh, thank you, Grandma, but I'm alright now. I confess it. I changed places with Miss Ringer.
So you admit that you were working with the ringleader?
Yeah, I was helping them. I don't know how, but they found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them.
The culprit was going to be attacked by the victim.
They seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counter plan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there. Now hold on right there, Missy. I hadn't seen nothing, and my eyes don't lie. If you'd been there before the auction, I would have bumped right into you. I was there the whole way through, and you weren't there for a bit. But I'm not lying. Well, that's easy for you to say. But you were lying by altering the report only a few minutes ago.
I think we're all well aware of the number of potential hidden places in that storeroom.
Are we? What exactly I tried to say? Our friend the nurse was hiding,
Nurse Needler hid there while she was waiting in the storeroom.
Could have only been here, right?
Take that.
She hid inside the clothes box.
Oh, she did she? Huh? Well, it was there the whole time, even before I moseyed on in. But, like I done told you, I had all them chains around it. Wanted to hide in there myself, really, but it was locked up tight, so I had to go elsewhere.
I imagine, of course, Nurse Needle was already lying in there by the time you arrived.
That's right. We didn't want anybody to open it, or we would have really blown our cover. So the ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was time for my part of the plan. And then they wrapped up the whole box in chains. I think they took the elevator downstairs not too long after. It was just before the auction was due to start.
So the auction was the beginning. You and Miss Hertz would have been the only people in the storeroom.
Yeah, I think so.
The auction proceeded as it always did. Until a certain customer came downstairs to complete a purchase. That was when the incident occurred. Miss Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around them.
You betcha. Was behind a statue there, shaking like a danged leaf the whole time.
In the middle of a quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. I imagine the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body to the clothes box, from which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim. After placing Miss Ringer's body inside the box, Nurse Needler rolls to pretend to be Miss Ringer. Two of them then returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Let's tell them about what happened in the storeroom, Nurse Needler.
Yes, in fact, that's exactly what happened. Hold up. So he just waltzed right back on in, didn't notice anybody? This is two completely different people we're talking about. Tell me not one of the other folks down there at the auction cottoned on?
Why would they? The other auction girls had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needle entered because...
She was imitating the victim? I don't know, this kind of seems like a no shit thing, but at the same time, like, this is Ace Attorney, so you never know. Okay, no. Also, I don't know how much longer I can go on for. I might have to call things soon. Like, I'm really trying to get to the end here, but it really seems like that's determined to, like, really drag this out. She had stolen the victim's clothes.
As we've seen, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needle were about the same build. What's more, the auction rules required attendees to wear their masks at all times. If Nurse Needle were wearing the same clothes as Miss Ringer, nobody would be the wiser.
No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and ouch! And left poor child in her smells? Have you no respect, girl? No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. It wouldn't be nice to leave her like that. So the ringleader wasn't looking. I put that raincoat on her.
So now how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. As the auction was able to carry on as before.
Yes, sir, Pop. Not where I caught the red raincoat on film came just after. Yeah, it must be. That'll make sense. Right after that was when I went over to look downstairs and through the gap in the elevator. Spy me 11 happy little auction goers. Then back I snuck to my little hidey hole.
Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that.
Well, that is not exactly.
What is it? Did something happen?
So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that.
What did you eat?
That's what I want to know. Well, passed out unconscious, you might say. Oh, nothing much here. Kinda silly, really, but, this is sun now, noise, and I, startled me. Just a little bit, you know. I mean, more than a little. I just witnessed a murder. Can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Guess my heart shook in my head faint. And before I knew it, I was out like a light. By the time I came to, it was next thing day. And we're clinkering down that ladder.
I see. So you startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious. I suppose that means you don't know what happened after that.
Not per se, but, well, after the auction was over, all the masks went back in the rack. So I could have guessed done finished and filed out what it was supposed to be.
Nurse Needle, once the auction was restarted, what exactly were you doing?
I was pretending to be Miss Ringer placing bids, just as the ringleader wanted. I had to win the clothes box, So sorry. I'd been instructed. It had a dead body inside after all. Not just somebody else had won it. We would have been in real trouble then.
So you had no idea the victim had vacated the box in the meantime?
No, not until it came back so I could pay for it. That's when we noticed. The ringleader told me to go look for her right away. Except I found some other girl sleeping at the foot of the ladder instead.
Okay.
Yes, she must have fallen up on the roof, and then been knocked unconscious. Yes, victim must have left the hatch wide open, huh?
Then that would explain it. Caleb is so shocked to see Miss Ringer fall motionless right in front of her that she wouldn't have seen the open latch and fell right through it. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kate crash landing into the storeroom floor.
Yeah, I suppose. Can't believe something like that done knocked me out for so long, though.
So in summary, by the time Miss Needle found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind a statue. I think you've got a good grasp of the occurrence. Up to the point. Nurse Needle, if you continue.
Sure, so I found Kay.
Next I found was Springer. Then I put them in a clothes box. Kind of risk the auction girl seeing them. Of course, a real hullabaloo. Was that your idea, the ringleaders? Theirs. But putting the raincoat in Miss Springer was my own idea. So I tried to get rid of it before they found out I'd done. I'd imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up surprised as a piece of evidence in the case. And lastly, the ringleader. And I put her in the auctioneer's outfit we prepared. Of course. Which completed a deception that made everyone think that she was the auctioneer. All in all, the auction finished up without anybody noticing anything, and how's that? Now that we know the extent of your crimes, Master Needler, if you have anything further to share, I'd advise you to do so immediately. I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. Oh, except for one other thing. It is even a change, I guess. When I was borrowing Miss Springer's clothes, I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so ouch! You dang right you couldn't take her hair. What kind of medical professional are you? That's where you draw the line. So taking her clothes was okay. Our hair was totally different. Style, length, and everything. I kinda panicked. But the ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. There was a straight one and a wavy one. They were both stashed in a clothes box. 2 wigs, but why? Right, I wanted that too. I thought maybe they were worried she might have changed up her hairstyle. Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair that day. Leaving a wavy wig in the box. And that's everything you know? There's nothing else you're forgetting? No, huh? Not really, Grandma, that's everything. I take it you really have no idea who the ringleader might be. Sorry, I only know they were in charge of the auction. I didn't see them without the mask on. And they were pretty careful to keep their identity secret from everyone. Ugh! I can't get some concrete on them. Oh ho ho ho! Well, Miles, are we about done? You've proven a nurse is part of the murder plot. But sadly for you, it doesn't change a whole lot. Because it does not prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. What the fact that Needler saw Kay and the ringleader in the same room?
Objection!
Oh! Francisca! Francisca? What are you doing here? As I told you before, Miles Edgeworth, where the case leads, I follow. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all. But don't get the wrong idea, little brother. I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. Certainly not here to forgive you for abandoning the ways of the prosecutor. Which she technically would have had to have like given up her prosecutor role to be an Interpol agent. Or am I misremembering something? You should thank your former subordinates for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information. Detective Gumshoe did that. Prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. For the final piece of the puzzle, Rosie Ringer's head wound was the first of the injuries she suffered, not the second. About that. Well, someone say something. Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Francisca, but we already proved that ourselves. You... What? It's just a few minutes ago. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't exactly give us a chance. And I suppose you know about the murder weapon too. No, not yet. Ah, good, then listen up. The victim was struck on the head of a blunt object bearing a circular surface, and a wound to the chest was actually inflicted post-mortem. A circular surface?
Objection!
And you certain of that, I assume?
Your sources are above board. Two or trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You could ask for more. That's certainly good to know. Unfortunately, you're overstepping your bounds of... Of what? I am a prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction. And this murder occurred during that auction. It would be negligent of me not to pursue leads pertaining to related parties. Especially the victim. My. You've really become quite a force to reckon with, haven't you, my dear? Then all parties are in agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Okay. Sadly, the murder weapon is still yet to be identified. Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two. But guys, I didn't turn up any weapon during my investigation. And yet, you only need to think about the setting and the auctioneer's tools, and the answer should be obvious. An object with circular serves used in an auction. That would be the auctioneer have what would the auctioneer have readily at hand? An auctioneer's hammer, of course. But we never found one of those. If the auctioneer was indeed the killer, it does seem likely. But without evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that. Oh, I have just the evidence you need right here.
Take that!
Miss Hart told something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. She said that the very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Now, why would that be? I'll tell you why. Because it had just been used in a murder, and it was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of. Isn't that right? Chairman Winner? I'll have our people look into this right away. Oh, you really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? If you can't dedicate yourself to the cause when you're young, when can you, hmm? You seem very confident we'll never find it. And my phone died again. Alright, I think like the next like cross-examination, or like the next like time we have to present evidence, I might call it there. Because it is like 12:30 at night, and I would like to and I would like to get some rest soon. Okay. Oh, we can just end right here. Holy, that took longer than I thought it would. Alright, but we will call things here for today. Okay. Don't save. Just exit the game. We'd already saved. Alright. But I hope you all have enjoyed today's, this is a really weird post to be ending on. But I hope you all have enjoyed today's stream. I'm gonna snooze ads for a bit. But yeah, no, it's not sorry, but I don't need to worry about that. But yes, this is taking like much longer than I thought it would. I would have thought like we would have like ended. Not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping we would have like ended by now, but that doesn't really turn out to be the case. Sorry, let me take a look who's online at the moment. Anyway, but yes, though we, unfortunately, we probably won't be continuing this case until, probably until like Thursday next week, because the general's, wait, it would be Friday actually. Wait, no, yeah, it'll be Friday next week, because like,
the schedule for next week will be art on Tuesday and Thursday, and then Ace Attorney on Friday and Sunday. Wait. Yeah, Friday and Sunday, yeah. Anyway, yes, if I don't finish the Huzumi piece by tomorrow, that will probably be what we'll be doing on stream. Given how much more I have to do, I kind of doubt I'll finish it tomorrow, but I'm going to be trying my best anyway. Anyway, sorry if I'm calling things a little bit quickly, but my throat is actually kind of killing me at the moment, so let me get the raid message sorted out. We will raid... Who will we raid today? Maybe Marco? Comfy's also on. So is Don. No, we'll raid Marco. We'll raid Marco tonight. She's she's not someone that yeah, okay. Unless so anyone else I'm not seeing. Oh wait, we could raid Roko actually. We haven't watched Roko in a hot like raided into Roko in a hot minute. Probably because like stream times are a bit different. Wait, raid to Roko, who's currently playing kindergarten. Alright. There we go. So with that being said, I hope you all have enjoyed today's stream. I have been Jazzy Jammy, your virtual resident of the internet, and I'll see you all Tuesday nights, alright? Goodbye.